farmers, and welcome back to New Hope with all the horsies. Just checking in on the horsies, see what they're doing, and they're doing the horse thing, which is just grazing on some grass slash hay, even though they don't really eat from the meadow grass like the sheep and goats do, or even the cows. But they're out here just moseying around. So just having a run around here the last 5 minutes while this stream was booting up. Trying to remember where we were at, and yeah, I do remember now. We harvested our oat field. That needs to be baled up, and then we can move on to, well, I guess October, probably. When is Poppy? I did not check that. Poppy, which we do have a field of, that is October. I think everything that we got left is going to be planted or harvested in October. And, yeah, so probably August, September, probably not going to be doing a whole lot of anything, really. But first thing today, we're going to go ahead and bale up the straw that we have from our oat field. We'll take care of that. Maybe, excuse me, maybe I will cut the meadow grass to make some silage bales too. We'll have to see. All right, let's fire this up. So it's a Tuesday, so hopefully everyone's having a good Tuesday. Hello, Crystal and John. Welcome. Thanks for popping on in today. I was also looking at before the stream, about an hour before the stream on the mod hub. It looks like they dropped mods twice today, honestly. I checked, I'm like, oh, we got some mods. Then I just checked a little while ago when I logged in, and it looks like they added more mods since in the past 20 or 30 minutes or so. But I did find a chicken coop I probably will get at some point. We do have the little pond down there in the last stream I was kind of referring to, but wanting to do something down there, maybe put down some chickens. I think I found a chicken coop I want to put down. Rather cheap, it'll hold like 700 chickens, which seems to be quite enough. So I don't know when I'll get to it, because the land where the pond is like 300 grand. The money I have, I need to buy the sawmill this upcoming season. So yeah, there's that. So we gotta be kind of careful on that. I got to get everything squared away on my desk. Over the weekend, I had to order some stuff. My mouse pad that I originally had, that's kind of been... It was a complete, basically a desk pad. So the whole desk was like a mouse pad. That pad is... I've had it for a long time, so it's time to change that out. I had to get a new headset as well, so getting everything set up. And I moved stuff around on my desk, and now everything seems out of place. So I've been adjusting things here for the last 20 minutes. It seemed fine last night when I got everything together, but now as I sit here and start actually streaming, it's like, oh, that feels a little out of place. That doesn't seem quite right. So also today we got to keep our eye on the horses. The value of the horses are still going up. Last stream, I didn't want to say I missed the offspring cycle of the horses, but it didn't work the way I thought it did. And, well, we got no offspring whatsoever. So, not going to worry about the offspring of the horses too much. So now we're just going to keep our eye on the price of the horses, which is going up pretty darn good. They're worth like $16,000 currently, so we'll have to see where they go. Hello, David. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Thank you for dropping on in. So I definitely want to zip on to October, get the harvest done. We have that big field of poppy. We're going to have the big field of corn. And, of course, we got a small field of sunflowers. We'll have to lease a corn/sunflower header. Yeah, so next year, I think we may plant... Actually, I say next year. No, that's what I can do on Shamburgo. If I want to plant a crop for the chickens, which we don't have, nor the land do we have, I'm going to need some wheat, barley, or sorghum. Well, sorghum I can plant in the springtime, so maybe that's what... We'll have to see where we are in the springtime. I got to buy the sawmill, which is $150,000. That land's going to be $300,000. I still got to buy a seed drill or planter for the farm, which I have not done yet. Got a lot of things to still get here on the farm. Although this is only like the 7th stream, I think, for New Hope, so it's not like we're that far into the series. And yeah, I am trying to take it slow on the money. That's why we still need a lot of things. I could put down a whole bunch of greenhouses, make a whole bunch of lettuce, and before you know it, we'd be rich. But yeah, I'm trying to limit the amount of greenhouses that we have. I started with one. Then I had to put down a second one instantly because the loan payments were a little bit too much for one greenhouse to handle. Put down two, and 2 greenhouses did what we needed to do, but it didn't really. We weren't really earning a whole lot per month to be able to afford other things, so we ended up getting a 3rd greenhouse. All right, so that's all the straw picked up. So I'm pretty much done with this month, unless I want to cut grass and make silage bales. It would give me about another 20 grand. So yeah, I think we'll cut the grass, wrap it up, and then we can just really zip on to October to harvest season. Hello, Martins. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Let's see here. We got the wrapper that's in front of the mowers, so wrapper will be needed. So I might as well move that. And put the mowers on the Deutz, and the Ford will be in charge of baling. Thought about streaming a second consecutive day of streaming of Animal Shelter 2. But when I started streaming that yesterday, I thought that was going to be kind of a slow-paced, relaxing type of game. It's a nice game, but slow-paced, not really. I needed something today that I could just, if I wanted to go slower, I can do. Let's grab the Ford. There's a Ford. So far my Tuesday is it's going pretty good. Weather, I know Crystal just a little bit earlier was talking about how hot it is where she is. But where I am, it's perfect. 70 degrees, we got a nice summer breeze. Humidity is on the low side, so weather is beautiful here today. Not a cloud in the sky, I don't think. Getting some things done around the house. Got a couple phone calls done this morning, which was nice. Get that out of the way. Now I'm here farming with you fine people. Farmyards on here in Shamburgo are so different. Yeah, Shamburgo, first time in a long time that I've done a map where I just took a farmyard from the start. Are you following the Deutz, or what are you following? I think you're following the Deutz. Yeah, the one on Shamburgo, I was like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and take a farmyard and take it as is. And we'll go from there. Because I haven't done that in a long time. You are following me, right? I got a funny feeling the Ford is not following me. I didn't see where that was working properly. No, I don't have a worker. By the way, Shamburgo did have an update today. So I'll be interested. I got to record tomorrow's episode later on today, of course. Be interested to see what the updates were. I probably should have read what the updates were before I updated it. Hello, Steve. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I kind of like to get through, I know it sounds kind of weird saying this, but we get through the winter months today here. So play a half a season. Actually, more than a half a season. Kind of want to see how the winter goes, how much money we bring in, how much money I spend. Wait, I don't have access to this? Wait, we just bought... Wait, does that property not come over this far? I guess not. Farmland. Nope, that's lot number 4. Alright. So be it. Hello, Snapso. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Thank you for joining us for doing a little farming here on New Hope. Right now we're in the process of making some silage bales out of meadow grass just because we can. If we do get to the winter months today, it should be a pretty good winter. We're going to have a lot of poppy to sell at some point. Sunflower, we should have an okay amount, not a whole lot. Actually, I don't have that much to sell. We'll have some dry corn. Not all the corn that we'll harvest will get dried up in the dryer. That takes a while. And of course, we'll have to keep our eye on our oak trees at the other end, waiting for those to get... Well, I don't think they've even hit the second growth stage yet. The second stage. I think they've only reached the first stage. And we got about 30 trees planted, I think. And I haven't used the sawmill that's on the map in FS25 before. I used something similar to it in FS22, I believe. But I don't remember how many liters of wood that can hold or what the production rate is. I don't know if it's been modified for the map either, so that could be a thing. Still don't know how that Ford can run some of the equipment because it does not have a PTO shaft on the back of it, but it runs equipment that requires one. The Franks somehow know how to hook that stuff up and get it to work. And if you're new here, I call my workers the Franks. Because it goes way back, at least to, I know FS19, I know it goes back that far. It may go back to FS17. But because, of course, you know, when workers used to mess up, you know, instead of saying the true word, I would say, Frank. And then that's how they became the Franks. And now the Franks just go with us everywhere. Although the Franks are getting better. With each version of FS that comes out, they tend to get a little bit better. They still are problematic here and there. But overall, they're getting better. You think of after all these years of experience, they could do a better job. But then some would say that about me. Oh yeah, if you did watch or are watching my Shamburgo series, I mentioned about courseplay. So on the Monday episode, which was yesterday, I tried using courseplay and courseplay was outdated. I was like, why didn't the Mod Hub tell me that there was an update for it? And courseplay is not on the Mod Hub anymore. At least it wasn't as of yesterday. So I went to the GitHub to update it, and I did update it, and now courseplay is working on this map, or at least it shows that it is. So if I hit the corresponding key, we can see courseplay does pop up. So if you do use courseplay in FS25, I think in order for it to work now, you'll have to download the current version that's on the GitHub. So did I upgrade the capacity size of the bales? I think I did. Because we're not getting as many bales as I usually do. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, the baler I'm using is the selectable baler, which allows us to change the capacity size of the bales. So I think I got it doubled or tripled. One of the two. Any idea why it was removed? I don't know. I'm not in talks with most modders. I do talk to a couple of modders. Of course, one I talk to the most, of course, is Farmer G, who pops in now and then. Farmer G is the one that made the selectable baler. I don't know why it was removed. It just said out of date. So I'm not too sure. I guess they just have to update it to the latest version of Farming Simulator, which that update came out weeks ago. The other mod that shows up that's out of date, and yeah, I know that mod has not worked since Dark Forest, is the placeable movable mod. So if you put a placeable down, you know, there's no way to move it unless you sell it and relocate it. There was a mod that allowed you to move those kind of things, and that shows outdated, which that hasn't worked for a while anyways. Alright, Ford's going to catch up at some point. As it should, because we are done mowing. Yeah, but again, if you are using courseplay in FS25, and when you log into a game, check your mods. So when you go to downloadable, it'll show you the ones that need to be updated, and also show you ones that are out of date. If it shows courseplay is out of date, you'll probably have to go download it from the GitHub in order for it to work currently. Frank, don't run into me, Frank. I say Frank, who's driving it today? Ah, it's Francesca. All right, let's get those bales out here. That way they're out of the way. And let's see, with corn, sunflowers, and poppy, we are done with the baler for this year. So we can park that up. We also could earn a lot of money today, as I probably mentioned. If we do sell the horses, even if I only sell 8 of them, I'm probably going to make like 100 grand on the horses. To the Deutz. All right, let's get these things wrapped up, shall we? So how big are these bales? I think I double-sized them. So they're 13,000 liters, so I think I just doubled the capacity on it. On Chamburgo, in yesterday's episode, I'm using a baler from the same pack, and I got it on the max. And I think the straw bales end up being 81,000 liters apiece. I'm getting kind of low on the wrap. Instead of going down to the store and buying a pallet, I think we'll just refill it. I still will get charged for it. Only had knowledge that Courseplay was on the Mod Hub and only on GitHub. Right now, I don't... Last I checked, going back yesterday morning, I think it was, Courseplay is not on the Mod Hub. It's only on the GitHub. Courseplay was on the Mod Hub for a bit. Let's see. What do I got to hit to refill? It's been a moment. Refill bale wrap. We'll just stick with... Yeah, we'll stick with white. Just because it's so much easier to find in a field. Alrighty. So in 3 months' time, so that's going to be August, September, October. Those will be... Oh, so October is going to be... August, September... Boy, October is going to be a busy month. And again, we do got some lettuce piling up, which is good, but not going to sell that definitely now because that price is terrible. So we're going to wait as long as we can. With the current money I got and the amount of money I got to pay at midnight, I got about 5 months of money sitting in the bank account. So we should be able to get to October, no problem. Well, the one thing I probably should check, what's in the sale page? Okay, nothing that we need there. The refills really $1,200 each? I thought they were less. Well, maybe if you buy them in the store, where would you find that in the sales here? Consumables, round bale net, round bale twine. So you get 40 rolls Yeah, it's cheaper if you buy the pallet at the store by a little. So it's less than, not 1,000. It's about $100 per roll, almost. I just paid $100 per roll. So it's a little bit cheaper if you buy at the store. Unless you're thinking about the nets. So square bale twine is $8.75, which is a lot cheaper. You get 24 rolls. So there's nets and there's roll. The net is for when you're doing like straw bales and such. All right, so I think we are done for the month of July. Again, we got 3 fields of harvest this year. Sunflower, corn, and poppy. Those are all going to be in October. And I don't have anything I want to plant this fall either, so we're just going to harvest season. Oh yeah, I just want to double check on the price of the horses so we can keep track of that. We got to see when the max price comes. Right now they're at $16,540. $16,540. Oh, my greenhouses are manure, water. Yes, they're all looking good. That's looking good. And sleep. So again, August, September, really don't have anything to do. Just keep track of a few things. So we'll just have a look at the poppy. If you haven't seen poppy before, this should be the second growth stage. First growth stage is barely noticeable. Actually, is it still in the first growth stage? No, that's actually the second growth stage. So it's looking pretty good. The horses. Okay, they're up to 17,000 apiece. Food-wise, they're looking good. Sale page. Interesting things in the sale page, but this is all small stuff, and we already got ourselves a telehandler. So we should be good. We'll check on the oak trees when I get to October. I'm not going to check them month by month. Oh, dry corn. When do I think dry corn is going to be January. Yes. Lettuce price is actually, I mean, it's not that bad, honestly. It says it's going down. Wait, shouldn't the lettuce price be going up at this point? Lettuce. Well, September is supposed to be the worst month before it goes back up. All right, well, hope you guys enjoyed August, because now we're going to September. September, the poppy is going to be blooming. If you haven't seen poppy before, you're going to have a sea of red over there. Got a little hail overnight. That was the sound of hail. Don't like that too much. Still got 63,000, and yep, there is the poppy. The Red Sea. The corn's looking good. The horses, yes. Okay, I think the horses are not increasing that much anymore, because they were at 17,000. Now they're at 17,083. They did increase in price, but not by a whole lot. So we'll wait one more month to see how much they go up. If they only go up like $100 per month, it might be time to sell them and get some new ones in here. Nothing there that we need. Animals, wait. Food is looking fine. Greenhouses should be fine still, I would think. Yeah, everything's looking fine. Yeah, we're good to go. Let me check the stock market page. Wait, did that fermented silage already? Wait, did I miss something? We were in July, right? July, so August, September. It's only been 2 months. Well, the silage is ready. Why did that only take... It's only been 2 months, but the bales are ready? Did they change that again? Or is there a glitch in the matrix? Oh, well. At that price for horses, they better be racing thoroughbreds. They're getting up there. Racing horses cost a lot more than that. Alright, so, yep, say goodbye to the lovely poppy. That's, it's going to be ready for harvest here in just a second. Alright, let's get to October. No sound of rain. Oh, no, there's rain. Don't be raining first thing in the morning, though. Well, I may have to advance time a little bit, too, because it's going to be 8 o'clock in the morning. So it might be a little bit gloomy. Let me check the forecast. Really no rain in sight until later in the afternoon. So let's advance time till it gets a little bit brighter. There we go. I'll leave it at real time for now. The horses... Yeah, those horses are not going up in price that much anymore. So, might be time to sell them. They're not decreasing in value. They're still going up. But I think it might be time to sell those horses and get some new ones. So, we'll sell them at some point in this month. But let's get the harvester going. Might as well start with a poppy, because I got the header for that. And we'll get this on a worker. Sneak it through. So this is our first yield in this field. Yeah, I want to get this yield done because of our score, environmental score in this field is going to be not good until we harvest it. So right now it's showing 62. So that should go up. It's going to show nitrogen and pH value is going to go up. It should. Let's see. No course. All right, you detected the field, which is good. Go that way. Number of headlands, 2 should be good. Overlap, we'll do 3%. Generate course. Alright, and worker. Great. Let's get the Ford fired up. You know, but on average, depending on breed, and such horses can range from just a few hundred to 10,000 K. I mentioned it before, I used to do some maintenance work, and I did it for a horse farm that had show horses, and their horses were worth anywhere from 200 to 400K a piece. Those were show horses, so I don't know exactly for just casual riding horse. Yeah, probably casual riding horses. Probably that's true. But come on, I got the Franks taking care of these horses. They're worth that much. Alrighty. So the poppy, of course, will keep until whenever it is. Not sure when the best price for poppy is again. I think it's in March. So once this field is harvested, our environmental score should look a little bit better again. And that's when we'll start selling stuff. Well, that's a big field of poppy. I'm hoping in a second here we're going to go down and check on the oak trees. It's debatable. Look at their farming expertise. Ah, the Franks do a wonderful job. Wait for them to get around the corner. Actually, while I'm waiting for them to get around the corner. Oh yeah, the score in that field's already up to an 83. Much better. Let's go down to field number 40. Visit. I think they have reached stage 2. And hopefully by springtime they're at stage 3. Wait, you're almost full. No, just, no. Okay. Well, Frank, hang on. Okay, so branding, what he just said a second ago. Yes, the Franks do tend to have some tendencies to try to do their own thing and not give you room when you're trying to do unload a combine. But they get the job done, though. They get the job done, for the most part. Alright, so with this field's environmental score up where it needs to be, now we can start selling some things. I don't know if I get a bonus on selling horses. We'll have to see if I get a bonus on selling horses. We'll sell one horse. We can see how much this horse is worth. Alright, let's visit the horse barn. Oh, that's a greenhouse. Oh, wait, horse barn's over here. And where's the trigger? Over here? Yes. So, going out. So, 17,166. After the fee, it's going to be 16,800. $16,800. So I don't get the environmental score bonus on the horses. Alright, no big deal. So, yes, we got to sell each one of these individually. Because, you know, we only got 16 horses. I bought 8 to begin with. And we replace them, of course. And this should be the last one, I think. All right, and now bring in some new ones. Actually, it's $800 because of the transportation fee. But overall, I'm not going to complain. I think we're making money with the mod. Again, I am using a mod that increases the value of the horses. I think the base game will get you 5,000. And we just got almost 17. 16 out of 16. And just like that, I'm up to $168,000 in the bank account. While we're here, let's feed Sam. There we go. All right, we'll wait until they say they need to be unloaded. Let's grab... We're going to grab these silage bales. We'll go sell those. Am I going to get stuck with like one... I probably got like 15 bales here. You know how it goes. This holds 14. I'll probably have 15 bales. So what I might actually do today... What I mean today, in the month of October... is I might actually buy the sawmill first. That way I have it when the oak trees are ready to go. Oh wait, I still need to lease a corn/sunflower cutter. I should have enough money to do that. And where are you? Always on the exact opposite side. Good thing is our fields, I limed them all last year, so these should be good at least for one more harvest. I mean, technically 2 more harvests they should be good at. With precision farming, I tend to lime every 2 years. At least we can see the crop inside the harvester. This is what the Ford is on the farm for. Grain transportation. Is a harvester technically empty? Yes, it is. All right, let's go unload this in our silo. As for all the other trees, again on the map, I'm not cutting down any trees that were already on the map. We're only going to cut down trees for the sawmill that I have planted. So we do own a lot of these trees around here, but I'm not cutting those and bringing those down to the mill, which I don't own yet, but we will in a little bit. Should be $150,000 for that. And let me just double check. Yeah, cornfield is ready. And the sunflower field should be. That's in front of us on the other side of the hill here. Just want to make sure those are ready. I want to get it all done the same month. Are they ready? Oh, the sunflowers are not ready. Oh. I was looking at them like they don't look like they're quite ready. Frank is leaving a lot of cleanup for you in that field. Yeah, I probably should left the headland at overlap at 7%. I brought it down to 2%. And I probably should have left the overlap on it. But I'll note that for next season. I mean, it may look like a lot that's there, but if I go around and collect all that, it's probably barely a couple hundred liters of poppy that's there. I mean, it does add up. I think poppy sells for 1,000 per 1,000. All right, get it unloaded again, and we'll go get the rest of the silage bales. Yeah, I think poppy is kind of in the realm of like sorghum for the yield and the price. It may not be 1,000 per 1,000, it might be 800 per 1,000. I'll double check here in a second. Yeah, I think we are empty enough. Let's see. No, max price is 1,032. So already we got almost $40,000 worth of poppy off this field. So that's pretty good. Look at the lettuce. I mean, not a great time to sell it. If I sold lettuce today, I have $135,000 worth of lettuce. If I wait until February, it's $156,000. So yes, that is starting to look really, really good here. I mean, the horses are doing pretty good. Again, I am running mods for the horses. We got the Franks, ride them, clean them. And of course, we also got the mod that increases the value, so I know I said I don't think I'll ever get my money back on the horses because the horse stable was $250,000. But we just got 100 grand for the horses that we just sold. And they're not really going through the food that much either. And look at that. We got all the silage bales on here. Usually it was 2 trips. But now since I doubled the capacity size of the bales, I can get it done in 1 trip. So, not going to harvest the corn in October. I'm going to wait until November because the sunflowers and corn, I can do it in the same month. While we're down here, maybe I will swing over to the sawmill and just buy it now. Because I got the money. I don't want to be... Because you know me, if something comes up on the sale page, I'll buy it. Then I won't have the money for the sawmill. Then the oak trees might be ready, and I won't be able to profit off of that. Hello, Salad Gravy. That's kind of an interesting name. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Appreciate you dropping on in for a little farming here. And somewhere right about there is where I need to be. So yeah, 21,000-ish dollars I should get, plus the environmental score. Which I don't know what my bonus is, but it's like 12 or 13%. 20,000 and then 2,600 for the bonus. Gotta wait for the pickup to actually fold on in. I don't want to clip that on a fence or something. I can really see the oak trees now off in the distance. Alrighty, Roonies. Oh, wait, there we go. So 150,000. And now we own it. The saw was going, but I'm pretty sure there's no wood in here, because that'd be just ridiculous. Yeah, no wood in here. So, yeah, we just gotta wait for our oak trees to be at full height, which won't be until springtime, I believe. But at least I bought it. It's purchased. It's, you know, over and done with. That part. And it's ready to rock and roll. So as for moving the trees, I think I'm going to try using the telehandler. I usually use the winch to bring it on over. But, because the winch can do 6.6 tons. I'm thinking the telehandler might be able to pick up something bigger than that and drag it on over. The winch is not that expensive, but I always use the winch. So I think this time we'll try using the telehandler. We got the space. It's wide open spaces here. So it's not like I'm going to be running into a lot of stuff. Well, it is me we're talking about, so maybe I will run into a lot of stuff. Let's get this back to the shed, and then, yep, unload the combine, because Frank is waiting. I know when I put down this road, I forgot who said it, but I think they said it made like a 4-lane highway going through here. But having this size of a road is kind of nice. Well, if it's 25 months for oak trees, then April should be it. April, our trees should be ready to be cut. Ford. Where is the combine? Why is the combine always like directly on the opposite side? Alright, so now with the saw bill kind of off the checklist, I can start thinking about what else I could do with the money coming in. I mean, we need more equipment. I would like another tractor, but the tractors we got can get the job done, so... yeah, we'll have to see when springtime comes what I want to do with it. I could just throw it at the loan. I forgot, $3 million loan it was I took out here. Don't know how much is left on that loan. I think I took the loan out for 10 years. Just making sure Frank stays there for a moment. Yeah, I owe $2.6 million plus. I did take it out for 10 years. Not going to take me 10 years to pay it off, but all the money that's coming in, I keep spending to expand the farm. At some point, we're going to have pretty much everything we need, and next thing you know, I'll pay off the loan rather quickly. Might as well go unload this, I guess. We're more than half full. Yeah, I think poppy is a crop I gotta plant every year because it seems like a very good crop to plant. Yields very good, it pays very good. And it's just a raw product. I just have to harvest it, not run it through a production building. Yeah, I currently don't need another shed, although the farmyard is a work in progress. So again, another thing I want to do, and we're just going to run down here because we got a little bit of time. So if you weren't here for the last stream, or maybe not have seen this part of the map, hopefully I don't get lost in the cornfield here. I'm getting itchy just thinking about running through corn. Over here, there is a pond. Actually, let me go into full light mode so we get just a little bit better view of it. So yeah, I want to utilize this over here. So step one would be I would have to buy the property. And that is going to be 300 something. Let's say 300 grand. Actually, I get more of the land behind it. What is actually behind this? Is it just... it's all trees. Well, alright, so... yeah, not much for farmland, but what I would do with it is put down a chicken coop. And the Lort actually has a chicken coop that I kind of liked. So 750 chickens. It's not a big area. Now, the one thing I don't know is what is the feed trough? So I'm going to have to probably go on my test map, see how big the feed trough is. Because if it's got a small feed trough, I'll be feeding the chickens a couple times a month, which would be kind of painful. I don't want to be doing that, so I'll have to see. I'm trying to remember on Riverview, where that was 2,000 chickens. They had a big feed trough. I think 2,000 chickens were going through... Ooh, I don't remember. I was going to say 1,000 liters a month, but that's not right. I think it was 10,000 liters a month that they were going through. So 750 chickens are probably going to go through like we'll go on the high side, 5,000 liters per month. So I need the feed trough to be at least that big. Frank is full already, and of course, he's on the opposite side. But even after buying the sawmill, I still got 40 grand. And a lot of lettuce piling up. So as for the horses, though, I think in the future, we'll start selling them when they reach 17 grand. You will stop at the end of the row, right? You're not going to turn, are you? I can't remember what course play does when it got to the end of the row, but I know in settings you can change it to stop to unload at any time. I like to unload on the go, if we can. But luckily when it reaches the end of the row, it's like, yep, we'll stop. So on the telehandler for the oak trees, I just gotta see how much that thing weighs. Telehandlers, where are they on the sale page? Right here somewhere. There they are. And we got the Manitou. That one weighs 9.2 ton. So I'm going to guess that can lift up twice its weight. I'm not really sure how telehandlers are rated. But I'm going to say that can hold twice the weight. So that might be able to hold 18 tons. Which is better than the winch that can drag 6.6. I was thinking about, but it's just going to be too much for it. And I don't think it would reach that far. If we go to forestry... I was thinking about going with this, but I don't think at 840 meters, I don't think the cable will go far enough. Oh, then it can only hold 3 ton. If it can only lift up 3 ton, yeah, I don't want to do that. Those oak trees weigh a lot. So basically, if you're not used to this machine here, I would set that up at the sawmill, and there'd be a cable line that would run all the way to the oak trees, which I don't think it would reach. And then it would just drag it all the way, of course, in a straight line. But the gas station would be in the way, and probably some trees, and maybe some of the shrubbery would be in the way. But I didn't know it only could pick up 3 ton. It's not a lot. 1.5. That will drag 8.6. That does 6.6. I think we'll try the telehandler, because 1, I got a telehandler, and 2, I don't want to buy nothing. Kind of works for me. I think I'll take over the harvesting duties. Only because, well, I don't have anything else to do currently. There is some straw I could sell, but it's October. If I wait a little bit longer to December, we can get a better price for it. And if you're wondering, there is no straw for poppy seed. Well, that yield is looking pretty good, 117-ish%. Wonder if we'll get the crop rotation mod in 25. Crop rotation with precision farming in FS22, I was getting some yields up to 145%. That does remind me, does anyone know if there's been any updates to the... Is it the realistic weather mod? Where you gotta water your fields? Has there been any updates to that recently? I don't think I've seen anything about it in months. I think the last time I really talked about it when I was on Riverview. I know a few people said, yeah, still got some little buggy things into it. I should wait until it gets updated. I haven't heard anything about it. Alright, so poppy. How are we doing money-wise on the poppy? $67,000 worth of poppy. I do like this mod, the time-saving stock check mod. Because you can see what you would get if you sold something in the current day you're in, and if you wait until the max time, the price difference. Yeah, sunflowers are in March. Poppy is in March. Lettuce would be February, but I'm probably going to have to sell it before then. Hello, Miles. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I've thought about at some point maybe I should get the upgraded header. I say upgraded, a wider header. This is a 16. I think it's the 16 header. Of course, I can upgrade it as big as a 19 and a half. But if I did that, the auger pipe would not reach beyond it. But since this is the only big field currently that we're doing with this header, I don't think it's a upgrade I need to do anytime soon. If you are new here, the kind of plans moving forward in the long run is I want to build a community of housing. So what we're going to do is we're going to put down constructible farmhouses, and with the sawmill that we got, supply the products to those houses to build them. And yes, I will be doing the cement production as well, so I got to buy all of that. And once we get some housing up, we're going to use the post office mod, which basically it's a production as it sounds. We got to bring water to the post office. It's kind of a weird production, but you bring water to the post office, and it makes mail, and then you sell the mail at mailboxes. So what we'll do is once we get the houses built, we'll put down mailboxes, or AKA sell points, at the housing, and we'll role play delivering mail to the houses, and we'll get paid for delivering mail. So of course, you know, building constructibles is not a money profit thing, because I got to make all the wood and cement products for it. But it's just going to be kind of fun of role-playing delivering mail. And of course, we will get paid for delivering the mail, and it does not seem like that's going to be... It's not like a huge moneymaker from what I saw. But we can kind of limit ourselves to delivering mail if need be. I think the mod would be better if you had to deliver paper to the post office to make the mail. But that means you would need to get yourself the paper mill, and then of course get some lumber, or sorry, wood to the paper mill to make paper. But that's going to be way on down. When I say way on down the road, I am in year number 4. I don't know, maybe year number 6 or 7? I kind of would like to be here. You know, I don't have a set thing where it's like, oh, by year 10 we're going to leave here. I just play until I get tired of playing on the current map. So like Dark Forest, the one we just left to come here, I think I was only there like 6 or 7 years. And it really wasn't a point of I was tired of the map. It was just that I was making way too much money. And it kind of ruined it for myself. It's kind of one of the things I wish I could change about myself in playing Farming Simulator, to where it doesn't bug me that I got, you know, millions of dollars just sitting in the bank account and I have nothing to spend it on. That just bugs me. You're going to empty out the combine? Again, I would like to see... I'm not sure why they did it this way, but when you're in the combine unloading into a trailer, you can see the capacity of the trailer and how full it is. But when you're inside of a tractor with a trailer, we don't get to see the capacity of what is inside the harvester. So I have no idea what's left inside that harvester. Also, eventually I want to... This is supposed to be our main farmyard, which we just started working on, I think in this beginning of this year. The other side, where that shed was, that was like a beginner's shed. It's a big shed, don't get me wrong, but for 34, I think it's like 34, 35,000 for that shed. It was mainly just to put the bales in there. That way, if a tornado were to come through, my bales wouldn't disappear. Water's for sealing the envelopes instead of licking all those envelopes. That's old school talk right there. The new envelopes nowadays, you just got to peel back the label and it sticks. Actually, it's getting to the point of who mails anything anymore. But knowing some of you, you probably know this. We all probably had at some point, at least I know I had one, is it was basically like a little bottle with a sponge at the end. You fill the bottle with water, and when you tip it upside down, instead of you licking the envelope, you just sponge the envelope and seal it that way. When you used to have to deliver a lot of mail. And licking stamps, too. That was good for the stamps. You just have to lick stamps. Actually, it wasn't long ago where my brain was not working, which most of the time it doesn't anyways, but I was mailing a bill, and I took a stamp out, and I licked the stamp like a moron. It's like, and then the stamp stuck to my tongue. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, there's, you don't have to lick stamps anymore. Hello, farmer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Appreciate you dropping on in. Done that a long time ago with a water bottle. Well, at least, you know, someone knows what I'm talking about. Might be some younger people out there going, what's he going on about a water bottle with a sponge? Some out there are probably saying, what's an envelope? So, counting this pass, probably 3 passes and the poppy field will be done. So between the poppy and the lettuce, we're going to have over 200 grand just sitting around until we come time to sell it. They use a sponge in your local post office. I mean, if you're just doing one envelope, yeah, licking the envelope back then, that was fine. Always notice I don't use GPS as that preference, or I don't like using it. There's nothing wrong with GPS. I'm just fine without using it. The first time I used GPS was back in FS17, and I used it a lot in FS17. The thing about the GPS back in FS17, you could even program GPS back then to do the turns for you. So basically it was like hiring a worker, but you weren't paying a worker. I used it a little bit at the beginning of FS19, and I think in FS19 that's when they got rid of where it wouldn't turn. I think that's when it happened. But as I played more and more and I was making videos and now streaming, I'd rather just go ahead and do it myself. It's not that there's anything wrong with the GPS or anything. It's just the way I don't know, it's the way I do it, I guess. I kind of feel like if I'm going to use GPS, I might as well hire a worker because I'm not really doing a whole lot. Yes, I'm not paying someone when using a GPS. But the only time I'll use GPS now in FS25 is if I got to work in a field where the crop is so high I can't see where I have been. So like if I buy a field where the crop is, like corn for instance, if I buy a cornfield and the corn's in the second growth stage and I need to fertilize it, I go into Monero tires to fertilize it, I'm not going to see the ground change color to know where I've been. Or if I got to go in and get rid of weeds I can't see, I'll use GPS because I can't see roughly where I have been. I mean, I can guesstimate where I've been. Used to be charged for butting the GPS on a tractor and combine and such. Or putting. Well, yeah, you had to buy the Jeep in like FS17 and even 19. Yeah, I think you had to pay for the GPS on the equipment, but not to use it. You had to buy the equipment. Now, even in FS22, I didn't use GPS. I think I showed it when it came out and how to use it. And very rarely do I use it in 25. Even AI workers now, I don't really tend to use. I use Courseplay because I think Courseplay is still better than the base game workers. But if I was playing on a ×4 or even bigger type size map where the fields were extremely long, I don't think these fields are, to me, they're not extremely long. Some may say so, depending what kind of farm you like to play on, small, medium, or large. But that farm I tried playing on a little bit. I can't remember if it was 19 or 22. It was an Australian map. And I think it was a ×16 map. The fields were just huge. If I were to harvest a field like that, I would definitely use GPS because I would just put it on GPS. You can get up and walk away from the PC for a bit for the combine until it fills up. You would not reach the other end of the field. It's nice on FS25 is standard equipment. Well, I would think the reason why it's standard, I know someone else mentioned this before, that we should have to buy the GPS for our farming equipment in FS25. But I would think nowadays that most farming equipment, the bigger stuff, I would say GPS might be standard equipment on farming. I don't. If any farmers out there that are looking at, you know, brand new equipment, is that getting to be standard where GPS is on it? I'll show my age a little bit more. When I used to go buy vehicles, a car or a truck, getting a vehicle with air conditioner was like a luxury. It was like, oh, you want air conditioning? All right, we can find that type of vehicle that has air conditioning. We'll have to look for one. Nowadays, AC is like, wait, you want a vehicle without AC? Don't think that's even possible. Don't know why I'm going to harvest this edge over here, but if I leave it, it'll annoy me, and I know it'll annoy some of you as well. So we'll pick up all this little poppy that's here. 6004. We are getting a little bit on the edge here. I'm probably spending more in fuel than what I'm harvesting. I know there's other little pieces out there, but that whole strip, I didn't even get 100 liters of poppy out of it, which is like $100 worth. Alright, this header I am done with for the farming season, so let's go ahead and we will put that away in the shed. So, I want to see something here. How much was this land that I bought? Almost 200,000. The reason why I want to see that is I want to see how much poppy we got off the field in the first year. I think it's going to be at least half that. So in 2 years, this field will pretty much have paid for itself. Just gotta wait for I put this poppy into the silo because the time-saving checks mod does not recognize grain in a trailer or combine. All right, let me just double check on a couple things while it's unloading first. I mean, I probably should put water in the greenhouses just to be sure. I don't want those running out. All right, that is in. So, poppy, $140,000 worth of poppy when we sell it in March. So yeah, in 2 years' time, not only does it pay for the field, we'll be making a profit off of that field altogether. As the lettuce piles up here, gonna go as long as I can right now without selling the lettuce because the price should be going up each month now. I can go another 2 months before I'm out of cash. If you don't use GPS, your wrinkled up fingers start getting sore from correcting the course all the time. I do, you know, I use a steering wheel and I don't correct it that often. I don't mind driving, you know, turning the steering wheel to keep on course for the most part. And occasionally I do miss pieces, whether I'm just not paying attention to what I'm doing or I'm reading chat or whatever. But it's the same way in real life. I never use cruise control when I'm driving. And it drove someone nuts when I was driving from... I drove from Laramie, Wyoming to Davenport, Iowa, which is basically just on I-80 the entire trip. And it's like a 15-hour drive. I didn't use cruise control once on the interstate. We're on the interstate all day, and I didn't use cruise control once. I just don't like using cruise control, even in the vehicles, in real life. Oh, who put that tree there? So one thing I want to check is we just sold some horses today for roughly $17,000. Because the previous month they only went up like about $100. So we got new horses. I want to see how much they actually go up per month at the current age that they're at. But I think in the future we will sell them when they reach $17,000. But they should be going up like almost $400 a month, $400 or $500, I think. Wait, did you stop filling up? Wait, did they fix that to where it won't keep unloading? Okay, now it's working again. Okay, I must have done something different that time. Alright, that's fine. That'll just keep unloading. I think we're all set. So yeah, on the horses, but I just want to double check water. Manure is fine. These greenhouses are only using about 1,000 liters per month, so we're good for a while on the manure. Yes, that's all looking good. So the horses, the new horses are $139. The other ones are $12,400. Let's go to bed. Sale page again. Yeah, nothing there. Although, that's kind of close, but that's only the 6-meter wide. If that was a 12-meter wide one, of course, for $34,000, 12-meter wide, I would buy that in a heartbeat. But nope. We're going to sleep until 9 because it's going to be November. Actually, I'm going to sleep to 9:30. Now they have cars that can drive themselves, but I would not be inclined to trust it. I wouldn't either. Alright, so, yeah, corn is still good, as we knew, and now the sunflowers are ready. Did I say 11.4? Or did I say 12.4? I think I said 12.4. So that went up, they went up like $400, and the young ones went up like $700. So it's not like every month it's a set price of how much they're going up. It's like I don't want to say a random number. I'm not sure how the XML file is written for the increased prices on horses, but yeah, we are seeing that, well, they are going up in value, just not a set price. So, weather's looking good. Let me check the stock market page. What's lettuce doing? I mean, the price is getting up near there, so I mean, if I wanted cash, it's not that far off. I'd get 180,000 compared to 195. Poppy is starting to get up there in price as well. Sale page. Well, that's 10 meter wide. It's not the fold. It's not the header I would prefer. So, but I do need one for today. Corn headers, and yeah, this is the one we're getting. The 12 meter. Well, I say getting. This is the one we're leasing. I will change the color to the John Deere. Wait, where's the John Deere colors? At least make it look somewhat. It doesn't charge me for that, and we are leasing it for $63.75. I think what I'll make a habit of every time I'm down in town is we'll top off on fuel, even though it doesn't need it, but we're going to be in town, so we'll top it off. And then, of course, we'll come back here. We'll do the sunflowers first, because that won't take me too long. And then either I'll probably hire a worker to start on the corn. And of course, while we're down there, we will have a peek at the oak trees. We'll just glance over. But they should not be ready until April. We're taking Branding's word for it. He said 25 months? I think he said 25. I know I planted them in March, and this upcoming March will be year number 2, so that's 24 months. So this is good. I got all the way to November, and I haven't really had to sell the lettuce yet. And I don't care if I don't need to buy anything or whatever. Yeah, I'll still be paying $20,000 ish per month. We'll go into debt like we did last winter, where I was negative $60,000 before I sell everything at the best price. Actually, you know what? I think I will start harvesting the corn first. Only because when I get a worker, probably due to the sunflowers, I can start plowing up the cornfield, because that's going to need to be plowed. Do they look bigger? Why do those trees look bigger than they were before? Woody the Woodpecker is back. Oh, they did grow. They were 13, now they're 17. So they are a little bit taller. They're not fully there yet. Wait, what am I... What? I'm clipping something that it's not really there. This store does the same thing as a store in Shamburgo. They spawn stuff to where you got to hook up to it. You got to get the equipment between the implement and the store. I never made a map before or gone to G editor to kind of see how it's done. When items spawn at a store, it's like I wonder if it's a set way that items spawn, which way they face, or is it randomized to where you don't have a control over it? So, I mean, maybe the corn header, if I lease like 3 corn headers, they might all face different directions, which way they have to be hooked up to. I don't know. I'm too busy to dive into Giants Editor and learn all that crap. Although I have been asked to make maps before, but the amount of work it takes to go in and make a map from scratch. I think Missy B does it once in a while, where when she makes a map, that she'll stream herself making a map or a mod. But really, to make a really good map from scratch to release on Mod Hub that's well detailed can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Of course, it kind of varies depending how many hours they put in per day. You know, I wish a modder would break it down to how many hours they put in, but I don't think anyone ever would calculate that. They could probably guess. All right, so this corn, I will put it into the silo, but it's right next to the corn dryer. The corn dryer will draw it from the silo and dry the corn. It basically doubles the value of the corn, but we do lose a little bit. So I think we get like 80%. Sorry, did I say we lose 80%? Sorry. We get 80%. We lose 20% of the yield. So, yeah, we don't lose 80%. That'd be crazy. Just got to keep checking my combine, because I do get the glitch once in a while where the grain does not show inside the combine. I don't really pay attention too much to the bottom right hand corner to see how full I am. I'm usually just driving the combine, and when I see the grain get near the top, it's like, oh, it's almost full. That is when I look at the bottom right hand corner to see how much more I can fit in. It's caught me off guard a couple times where the grain is not showing up in the combine visually. I mean, it's in there, but visually it doesn't show. And I'll be just harvesting along, I'm like, oh, it's not full yet. The next thing I know, the header shuts off because the combine's full, and I keep driving forward and I damage my crop. And we don't want that. So yeah, I think for next harvest season, poppy is one crop. I think sorghum is going to be another, because I would like to buy the property with the pond on it to put down a chicken pen, just to utilize that area, and we get to visually see it. I'm not really wanting to get chickens to make money from eggs, but basically it's about the only thing I can really put there to do anything with the land. And again, I'm not going to be cutting down the trees that are there to put into the sawmill. We're only allowed to cut down the trees that we plant. The other pond, maybe I should look at the other pond. Maybe I could utilize that land, and maybe the land is cheaper. Maybe when I'm unloading the first load of corn, I'll look at the other pond to see if I could utilize that. I mean, at some point, I would like to utilize both. Although I think the other pond, I kind of mentioned about maybe putting our farmhouse on the rock cliff that's above it. going to take a while to harvest this field. But it'll pay off for us. Well, not this year. Because the corn dryer is not going to have time to process all this, but it'll be there next year. Some hail damage here and there, but not much you can do about it. Well, I mean, you could go into settings and turn off environmental damage. And yeah, we're in actually year number 4, and we haven't had, as far as I'm aware of, we haven't had a tornado yet on this map. I'm trying to remember now. Riverbend Springs, I think we had like 4 or 5. But I was there for 12 years. Then we went to Fresh Stocks. And I can't remember on Fresh Stocks if we had any. It was only like 1 or maybe 2. Then I went to Riverview, and we had about 3 or 4. Then I went to Dark Forest. We had about 3 or 4. And as far as I'm aware, we haven't had 1 yet here on New Hope. My recorded series, Penye, I had about 3. And so far in Shamburgo, even though I'm only like 7 episodes in, I don't think I've had any. Hello, Panther Killer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. By the way, if you do, I can't... I wonder if my microphone's picking it up. If you hear a little bit of a rumbling going on in the background, it is, I live on a dead-end dirt road, and there's a farm up at the end of the road. I think they're hay baling today. They've been going up and down the road quite a bit. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and... Actually, I'll set it up when I get back around. I think I'm going to set course play up on harvesting this field. I'll just need to start at the other corner. I want to do a little bit of farm managing stuff around here. Every time when I play Farming Simulator, I'm harvesting corn. It just really reminds me of fall in real life because this is the crop that's mostly grown where I'm at. But most of the corn grown where I'm at is to be made into chaff to make silage for the moo cows. There's a dairy farm not far from where I live, like maybe 30 or 40 miles north of me. Last I'd known, they have 4,500 dairy cattle on the farm. But they do a mixture of both corn chaff and I don't know if they just make hay for the cows in the grass fields. Because they do have big crone M's that do the grass work. I don't know if they're doing grass silage or if they're making hay out of it. I think it all depends on the year. Alright, so if I set up course play, go that way, field settings, overlap, 7%, 2 headlands, create course. So basically I got course play to set up at the nearest waypoint. So they're not going to start on the headland. They should be fine right here-ish. Or not, depending on what they're doing. I may need to go around the next corner. Because they may think the second headland should be getting done there, so depending on what waypoint they picked up. Darn deer, get out of my cornfield. I may have to go around and get some scraps afterwards, but that's fine. So what I want to see is, we saw this pond over here. That land cost me $300,000, and it's not a whole lot of farmland. Ooh, maybe this is the rock cliff I was thinking of. That's only $40,000 for that one. Visit right into the pond of water. I mean, it's not a bad pond, if you will. Probably got room. Let's see, wait again. Where's that farmland? I got plenty of room to put down the chicken pen here if I wanted to. I could put it right here. I'd probably get rid of, with a chainsaw, get rid of those trees. I don't know. I do kind of like the view of this one a little bit more. Of course, now I don't know where I am because it spawned me in the middle of the woods. Yeah, I think the chicken pen will look pretty good on that hill. Looking down. It's not far from the farm. I mean, either one's far from the farmyard. But if I want to use this... Oh, there's a bridge there. I didn't know there was a bridge there as well. Got a bridge there, a bridge there. Oh, I don't need one there. I think I was thinking of this rock cliff building the house on. Which will help me look over to where all the community houses are going to be. Yeah, I think that's what I was going to do. You need to be unloaded. Alright, we're coming. So what I'm going to be doing here in just a moment, once the combine gets around the field a little bit, I'm probably going to start plowing it up. But I'm going to wait for the combine to start going up and down the field after it gets done with the headlands. I don't want to do the headlands because then the combines have to drive over those areas. I want to do it where the combine won't be driving. Although usually the AI workers, courseplay workers, they don't seem to get slowed down by the ground deformation of the furrows or anything like that too much compared to what as players do. Hurry up before it fills up. Come on. There we go. We'll go unload this corn into the silo and get that corn dryer fired up. Problem is, dry corn sells good in late December. But we got last year's stock waiting to be sold too. But last year's cornfield was not this size here. And after the cornfield, we got the sunflower field, which is much smaller than this. Should only take about 5-10 minutes to harvest that field. And really, that's all the work we need to do for the winter. I mean, yeah, this field needs to be plowed before it gets replanted, but we're not replanting anything until the springtime anyways. One day we're going to see, I don't know how many houses we'll end up building, but we'll see a community of houses over there. All right, corn's going in, so let's go ahead and reactivate this. So yeah, you can see it holds a lot because it counts the silo, but the production building only holds 40,000. It doesn't put it back into the silo, which is kind of weird. So I'm going to go ahead and empty this out while we're here. And again, it's not going to process all this corn in a month. Now it's going to find dry corn. Looks the same, really. And there we go. Alright. Dry corn in the process. Let's go unload the harvester. Doesn't need to be, but we'll unload it and we'll get the Deutz-Fahr with the plows set up. I might just go ahead and plow the corn that it's missing there because I overlapped the headland quite a bit. So now course plan the second pass is missing. I'll probably just plow that in. So I keep pulling up to the edge of the header, which I don't need to do because that's only a 12 meter wide, not a 16 meter wide. So I got plenty of space for the auger. And combine is officially empty. We're just unloading it as it harvests. We'll go to the end of the row. Now once I see which way the combine's going to go up and down the field, I can start plowing it up so I'm not getting in the combine's way or leaving it furrows that it has to drive over. That's why I'm not going to do the headland either. Yep, plow is over here. I mean, everything's over here except for the combine and the header go in the other shed on the other side. So it looks like you're starting on this side of the field. That means, so shall I. Looks like Sam is over in our cornfield inspecting what's going on. Maybe Sam's eating some of the corn too. Who knows? I mean, if we're growing sweet corn, who can blame him? Every time I mention chickens, you always think of oceanside forests. 1 million plus feed every year of food. I think it was for the 10,000 chickens and then 10,000 ducks for a total of 20,000 birds. It was 1.4 million liters of food they needed per year. And I think the last harvest I did, I got like 1.7 million liters of wheat, barley, sorghum. It just took me 9 hours to harvest those 3 fields. I do remember recording that last episode still of Oceanside Forest, and that was... I think the video only ended up being maybe under an hour. But, wait, you're still missing corn even going? Whatever. I probably should have narrowed the working width of the corn header. But yeah, on Oceanside Forest, yeah, it took me 9 hours to harvest those 3 fields in the last episode. 2 combines. It was 2 case combines with the honeybee headers. What size headers were those? Those are 60 footers. So 2 combines in the same field. And all I was doing was I was running the truck with the trailer that held 120,000 liters. All I was doing was just going back and forth, unloading combines, dumping the silo. The time I got back, they were just waiting for me. And I wasn't going that far. I mean, that was, of all things though, that Oceanside Forest along with No Man's Land, those were my 2 favorite series in 22. Although having cut down also in Oceanside Forest 8,500 trees, I think that's the only series. Boy, this is starting to look like a chopped up mess here that we're harvesting. This looks terrible. On Oceanside Forest, I think it's my only series in a long time, if my only series, where I think I ended up with like 30 some odd million in the bank account. Because the challenge there was getting enough, harvesting enough crop for the birds. I think someone mentioned about buying another combine and honeybee header for that series. And I was like, I can't keep up with the 2 headers going, the 2 combines going back and forth, let alone 3 combines. Couldn't do it. So I am plowing in a little bit of corn here, but one, I don't want to reset the course play worker to a more narrow header so it's not missing a little bit. 2, I don't want to go back around and pick up the little messes that's here because it may come out to be like 500 liters. And for the 15 minutes it'll take me to do it, along with burning fuel, just not worth it to me right now. Wait. Why are you turning? Oh. You're ready to be unloaded. Couldn't figure out what the heck that thing was doing. Like, why is it trying to run into me? There's a sweet corn mod on the mod hub? Is that a prefab? Because usually you just can't take a new crop and add it. Now you're gonna make me check on the mod hub. Sweet corn add-on. Oh, I see. So it's just a production. It's a production building. So basically, you put in maize or corn, and it will can sweet corn. So you're not actually growing sweet corn. It's just a production itself. Ah, Frank, you couldn't have waited 2 seconds, and now you got me all. We're all tied up together now, dude. Frank, hold on a second, dude. All right, Frank is going to have to... It's Franco. Franco. Hang on a second there, dude. Jeez. All right, let's do that. Do that. Do that. Okay, and if I do here, you should start right here. And continue. I shouldn't be driving over the furrows. It just kills this tractor. What? Well, that's what 360 horsepower gets you. Although it's not really down to horsepower, it comes down to traction right there. I mean, you think Frank, I know, he almost tipped me over. You think he'd be like, you know what, you're paying me by the hour, so who cares? But Franco there he wants to get the job done. It's a little bit like a road rage, like when you're sitting at a stoplight in the car in front of you, you realize the light turns green and you realize they aren't moving and they're sitting there on their phone texting or doing whatever it is they're doing. That's the way Franco was looking at me. I was on my tablet looking at the mod hub. Alrighty, let's go get this set up for next time. Franco is ready. And we'll jump back into the Deutz. Actually, by the time I get there, I'll turn around and unload Franco while he's going down the other side of the field. You have to remember, for this corn header in the future, the working width that Courseplay detects is a little bit too wide. I have to narrow it down. If I use a worker on the sunflower field, I'll have to narrow it down. I'm guessing the mod is listing at a certain width. I'm guessing it's not quite the width it says it is. So basically the sweet corn is not much different in a way we're doing dry corn. You got to harvest corn, put it into a production building, and instead of doing dry corn like we are, it'll can up corn as sweet corn. In order for a non-base game crop to be used on a map, the map modder has to add it. You just, because I know we ran into that in FS22, not on Goldcrest Valley, but someone asked me about it, like, oh, there were planters out there for a specific type of crop or whatever. Actually, maybe going back to 19, I'm thinking about. Yeah, you just can't take, say a planter comes out tomorrow and says, hey, it plants peanuts. I just can't take the planter that plants peanuts, bring it to this map and start using it. The map does not recognize peanuts. So it's got to be, so it's not a crop you can plant. The map maker has to add it into the mod itself. Can't wait to get this harvest over because this is looking terrible. Just realized, though, the header of the combine is the same width as this plow. So I'm probably not going to catch back up to the combine. I mean, I do have a faster working speed than the combine, but since I'm transporting the grain too. I think you could have changed the width on the little hub for course play without having to reset it. No, because then the course is going to change altogether. It's going to have to recalculate the whole course because you're changing the working width. So it's going to have to recalculate the whole waypoint system. Yeah, I knew a few people, we did talk about it maybe on Saturday's stream, after we got done with Eric's home. A lot of people enjoyed that Let's Play of the storyline of Hannah, Herman, oh man, I forgot all their names now. Yeah, but Eric's home. a lot of people did enjoy the storyline and the gameplay of that. I think I found something, and it kind of slipped my mind a little bit. I was going to do it at one point. So, if you know the game BioShock, I did the third the third storyline in that a long time ago on recorded video. I've never played the first and second one for some reason. So I was thinking about streaming BioShock, and then BioShock 2, and BioShock Infinite, which I have played. Just saw that Ozzy passed away only a couple weeks after his farewell concert. Yeah, he was, well, I mean, his health has been declining the past year or so. But I guess it's kind of maybe a little unexpected since he was doing his farewell concert, farewell tour. You're not going to harvest going forward to the end of the row? Maybe this time Franco thought he better wait. Well, let's continue to clean up the mess that's being left behind. So yeah, I'm probably plowing in about 1,000, 2,000 liters of corn, which when turned into dry corn, and if I sold the dry corn, I'm probably losing $2,000 worth of corn. I mean, it's $2,000. But at the same time, I'm at the point of it's not worth my time or diesel to go around and get all this extra stuff. Adding crops is a process for sure. You have to use Giants Editor and such. Yeah, I don't think you can even just go in the XML file and just add it on the list. You actually got to go in the Giants Editor for that. And I honestly have not been into Giants Editor for a couple of years. I download it and think I'll look into it, and then I never do. It's one of those things, if I had the time, I would love to go in and try making a map. Because once you know roughly how to make one, then of course the next time you do one, the process is a little bit easier. But making that first one, it'd probably take me forever to learn Giants Editor, where this and that, or the other thing is that you're looking for, and I barely have time keeping up with my schedule of making videos and live streams. I gotta find a way to make time to get an ATS video out this week, because when Iowa came out, I streamed it that day, and I have not been back in the ATS since. It's not that I don't want to, I just haven't had the time. Oh yeah, back like in 19, before we had like the map hider object or whatever it's called, or things like that. If you wanted to get rid of a building, whatever, you had to go into Giants Editor to remove it. Yeah, but now with mods that allow you to do that, makes it a little bit easier. I should say a little bit easier. Makes it a lot easier. We can just walk up to a building, whatever, and just hit the H key, I think it is, to hide an object. And it's like, oh yeah. And if you want to bring it back, well, you can bring it back too, just by selecting it, and next thing you know, it's right back in place. Well, this job is working out rather well. Originally, I was going to harvest it. Then I was like, you know what? If I get a worker to do it, I can follow right behind him and plow it up. And then when they need to be unloaded, oops. Alright, so now this time you're going to continue? Why didn't you continue last time? Like I thought you were going to. Oh, I got a little bit too close. I think you might be able to finish off that field before you fill up. So yeah, it looks like again, the sunflower field, that's not going to take us long to harvest. So it looks like today we will be getting on through the winter months. Should get right into springtime. It was rough back. It was rougher back when we really were limited in what we could do. Bunch of legwork, but they still complain and moan. I mean, people, that's just the way most of society is nowadays, is they gotta complain and moan about something. I mean, anyone before FS19, even at the beginning of FS19, you couldn't terraform. So when you place down a mod, a placeable mod, you really had to find a decent flat area that was already on the map before placeable to work. So I remember the first production buildings I used in FS15, where I don't remember the name of the box. We're going back to FS15 for crying out loud. But yeah, harvesting sugar and potatoes so you can make like sugar beet, sorry, or was sugar cane back then? Well, either way, you made sugar, and then of course potatoes for making vodka. So you needed sugar and potatoes to make vodka. I think flour was for bread. So yeah, FS15 was the first production buildings I used. And yeah, luckily the map I was on, Rattlesnake Valley, was a relatively flat map. It wasn't flat. But the fields were. So placing down those production buildings were easy. But if you were on a map like Bjornholm in FS15, very limited on flat areas. Now in FS25, of course, 10 years later, we got a lot at our fingertips, and we want more. So I think not only do you need to be unloaded, but you are technically they are done. So I think what we'll do is I'll take the combine. We'll drive by the silo. We'll unload the corn, and I'll get another course play worker to start doing the sunflowers, but I'm going to narrow the working width. We went back and played FS11 and thought, how did I manage to play this compared to now? I think it was when FS22 was coming out, I did an episode of revisiting FS15. And honestly, 15 looked pretty darn good. Although, I tried to, you have to tell yourself that, FS15 is years old, but considering what we had in FS15, it was a pretty good series. Again, my first series I played was 13, but unfortunately, I don't know if Steam took FS13 off the libraries, or I must have had FS13 on a different account, because I don't have FS13 in my library. If Steam still sells it, FS13, I bet you it's really cheap. I don't know how long Steam keeps games for sale. Let me grab that combine. Oh, the worker was still in it. Franco trying to charge me extra for sitting there. How dare he? So last time I did this, unloading the combine into the silo, it created the bug of not being able to see the crop in the combine. Alrighty, and now off to the sunflowers, and I will change some settings. I am just curious. That does say, what does it say for working with on that? 12. So I just want to get into the field. Let's see what... Whoop, that's the wrong button. What does course play say the working width is of this thing? Why do you got it at 12.6? I'm just going 11.9. Number of headlands, 2. Overlap, yes, that's all fine. Generate course. And then you should be fine. And I think it created the bug again to where it's not going to show the crop piling up inside the combine. Oh well, we'll let whoever's in charge of doing that harvest, they'll deal with it. I need to get back here. Well, I do need to double check to make sure our soil is not out of date. If it is out of date, we'll take some soil samples next year before we plant. Wonder why course play is thinking that header is 12.5 meters wide. I thought the last time I checked on course play, the way it calculates that is when it determines the working width, it will take the frontmost implement and it'll check the working width of that. So that's why when trying to use course play and you got multiple implements on it, it'll take the implement, if it's on the front of the 3-point linkage, it'll take that. Or if you got multiple implements on the rear, it'll do whatever is first in line. So I'm wondering why Courseplay is seeing that as 12.6 when it's showing 12 meter wide in the store page. It's a little dark over here. Sun's kind of low in the skyline because it is November. Still am a little bit interested in the silage bales that we did about an hour ago in the stream. They were fermented in under 3 months. Now I know Farmer G updated the mod maybe a week ago. I wonder if he changed it to how fast it ferments the bales. Wait, you're full of sunflowers already? I mean, that's great, but I didn't think you would fill up that quickly. Alright, let's go ahead and I gotta dump out this corn first. Well, I don't want to drive across the field because we see what happens when I do that with this tractor. Might get stuck. When searching Farming Simulator 11, I had to click on the Farming Simulator franchise button to see FS11. We'll have to, you know, I know I had a couple of Steam accounts. You know, in some ways it doesn't seem like 2011 is that far back, but when you think about it, it's almost 14, it's 14 years ago. So I don't know what, I definitely know what Steam profile I use now. I got way too many games on this Steam profile. Darn it, Farmer G, lurking in the background. The bales ferment 3 times faster than normal. It was at 2 times before last update. I didn't know it was even at 2 times. I thought it was still taking 3 months. Well, now I know. So now it takes a month basically to ferment. Okay, Frank, hang on. I'm coming to unload your sunflowers. Wow, you only did 1 headland and you're full of sunflowers? That we can't see because now we got the glitch. So now here's a case of so yeah, when we're in the combine, you can see how much is inside the trailer. But now I can't see how much is inside. Well, I can't drive in a straight line right now. I can't see how much is in the combine visually, nor by numbers. Well, I know you hold about 16,200, but we're harvesting on the go. So I might wait until I get to about 20,000 liters. Or until you go around a corner. Yeah, I'll call that good enough. I do need to do a bit of smoothing of the landscaping around here. I mean, it's not bad, but we can kind of see some dips and bumps here and there. Let me grab the Deutz. Get this back to the farmyard. Actually, you know what? I'll swing by the shed over here to give it a rinse. You know, these monitors lurk in chats to see what people are saying about them. I don't think I've ever said anything bad about any modder at all because they're taking their time and effort trying to create something. Now, I know I got mods and I changed some XML files here or there. It's nothing against the mod, it's just not the way I would... Dude, stop grabbing the pressure washer. It's not the way I would like to see the mod myself. Like the fish farm I used on the Dark Forest, yeah, I had to edit the XML file on that just to make money. But still, I'm appreciative of the modder to go as far as to create the mod and everything. I just had to edit some numbers so we can make money. I would hope no one ever bad mouths a modder for... Because, I mean, mods are free. So they're taking their time and effort. Hopefully they're having fun making mods. Because if they're not having fun making the mod, then what's the point? I mean, it can be frustrating at times, I'm sure. You're half full. But I mean, I have heard of some people posting like on mod hubs or wherever upset modders for not creating something fast enough or whatever. And it goes back to what Branding said. Some people just like to complain. They complain about anything nowadays. Trying to find the line that the combine's going on. I'm way off. Alright, so the field's plowed. The only thing we got left to do is to harvest this field, so we will do that. So I think that's the second time I have noticed, or at least we have tried, since I started paying attention. If I unload the combine into the silo, and then go start harvesting a different crop type, that seems to trigger the problem of the crop not showing up in the combine. Well, the yield doesn't seem as good for me as it was for the worker, because they went around the headland once and got a full combine, but the numbers I'm seeing, I mean, yes, the radius of the field's getting smaller as they go around, but yeah, the yield doesn't look to be that great. Could be something to do with the soil as well. After we get done with this harvest, we'll return the header because it's leased. And we'll just check on a couple of things. And yeah, late December, we'll have some crop to sell. Not a whole lot, because I think the majority of what we want to sell is going to be in March. February, March, like the lettuce, the poppy, the sunflower. The dry corn, I think, is the only thing I want to sell in December. He's trying to make it for the corn he wasted? Probably. It wasn't his fault. It's because I just went with Courseplay. Courseplay is usually spot on with the working width, but that was 0.6 of a meter too wide. And again, if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, or roughly at the beginning, if you're having issues with Courseplay not working, when you log into Farming Simulator and you go to downloads, of course it'll show you the mods that need to be updated. You may see Courseplay in a category called outdated. Courseplay is not on the mod hub anymore, at least as of yesterday. If you want to continue to use it, you're going to have to go to the GitHub and download the latest version of Courseplay for it to work. Okay, we're half full. I'm thinking I'll get the rest of the sunflowers into the combine. I am down to $3,500 in the bank account, so paying Franco today, he's earned a couple grand. The magical combine that hides the grain. It's not the only combine that's done it for me, though. Yeah, one more pass after this, and harvest season is complete. The meadow grass, I probably could cut that again and get some more silage bales, but I kind of just want to get through winter. Sell what we have, waiting to get to next spring, and seeing if our oak trees will have matured all the way. Get the sawmill up and running, and for about a year or so, we'll just sell the products out of the sawmill before we start building anything, because I need to buy the cement production and stone production to get that up and going, so the constructible farmhouses, we can build them. I don't want to have to buy any material. Actually, I think I did check. There might not even be a warehouse on this map. I'm not sure if there is or isn't. I can just check real quickly. If I go to... Yeah, you can't... There's no warehouse here because you can't buy wood beams and all that kind of stuff. Cement... Let me just make sure we can't buy anything. Not that I want to, but... No, there's no warehouse here on this map. So, definitely need the productions. We got to make it. Promise yourself you wasn't going to banter today, not only lasted for 3 hours. Honestly, I'm surprised you lasted 3 hours. Alright, sunflowers are in. Let's return the header. I went over the hour. Oh well. Yep, return that. I don't think I got anything else leased, right? No. We're good. Give her combine a good rinse. This is the only thing I bought used on the farm, I think. And it was a good purchase. Okay, let's get these sunflowers into the silo. Not sure why that corner of the fence line the horses tend to sneak out on. Guess I might as well leave the Ford and the trailer here. Actually, if I'm going to sell stuff, I'm probably going to use the Deutz because that's twice as fast as the Ford. So let's bring the Ford. I think I'll park the Ford over in this shed for the winter. All right. Let's see here. I think we're all set. Horses are... Oh, no, the horses need some hay. Hay. Let's get the horses some hay. Let's see. That's looking fine. That's looking fine. And yeah, the corn crib. That's going to go through. Oh, that's got some... That made a lot of dry corn today already. Or is that showing... No, I think it's showing the dry corn in the silo. Because it's not showing it in here. I think it's picking up the reading of that as well. I hope that doesn't stop that production. Oh yeah, hey, before I forget. Because I almost did. Really just here for Sam. This peanut guy is a bonus. I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment, being a bonus. So 3 bales is what I've been doing here. Try not to knock over the other stack behind it. Alright, I can't go through the barn. Maybe I can go through the barn with it like this. Might make it a little bit more snug, but I think it will work. Wow, it took all... I didn't think they had that much space in their feed trough, but apparently they did. That should be good enough for a few months. For now, I'm actually going to park this over here since the Ford is over in the other shed for now. Yeah, so I think we're all set. Let me look at the stock market page. So, dry corn is going to be December, right? Dry corn, oh, it says January. Corn we'll have to keep because that's going to dry corn. What else? I'm going to have a whole lot of straw. Sunflowers is March. And I did check the greenhouses, right? I think I did. Yeah, they're good for now. Sale page. They added green bean. Haven't done peas, green beans, or spinach since Riverbend, right? Yeah, we'll sleep to 9:30. So now we're going to go into the negatives on the cash, but that's fine. All right, let's see what the price of dry corn is this morning. $6.34. Peak price is $7.71. Boy, that's a big change for darn sure. Lettuce price is getting up there. We're gonna have about $250,000 worth of lettuce. Sale page. Well, I don't need a header, and I definitely don't need... I'm not even sure what this is. This machine collects materials from the ground and tips them into trailers. Oh, so that's like doing for like veggie harvesting or that kind of thing. Yeah, the horses should be fine as well, right? Yes. Root crop, even root crop, they're fine. All right, let's fast forward to the day. And it didn't stop at dry corn, right? That's still... Wait, where am I going here? Corn crib. No, still producing it, which is good. I need the Deutz over there. So the thing about the dry corn, it seems like the price, yes, it does peak at December/January, but it's always at midnight. And it's not like, we'll just go next morning, it'll be off a couple of dollars. It's off by a lot. It's like it peaks rather fast and then just, that's it. Dry corn, we'll load that back up. Let's see what that dry corn price is looking like. $7.15, so it's getting there. Oh, the straw. I kind of forgot about the straw. Well, straw is straw. So it looks like I'll be delivering the dry corn at midnight. $7.32. I think I'll just start driving down. I mean, we got plenty of corn for next season, so don't need to get every little bit of corn here. The straw we can sell in the morning when it's daylight out. $7.52. And the farmer's market, I'm sure, is the only place that's taken it. Oh man, where the heck is the bridge? There it is. $7.60. I think the price of corn. Well, slow down time. I think that's what it's going to peak at. So this Deutz, I did buy a brand new and we got 17 and a half hours on it. I mean, I pretty much use it for everything except for grain transportation at the farm itself. Can see our oak trees over there, and I can easily tell, well, they're not full height yet, which they shouldn't be until April. Oops, almost went to the other. I'm so used to going to the other side. I'm sure this is the only place to sell it. Dry corn, farmers. I mean, everything's farmers market. Price is actually still going up, but it's close enough. Good night, John. Always a pleasure having you around. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday and have a good Wednesday as well. And hope the missus is doing well, too. Yeah, I should be here tomorrow. Don't know what I'm streaming yet. At this point, I'm waiting until I wake up to see what I feel like streaming. All right, that brought us to negative 13,000 in the bank account. We'll grab those straw bales in the morning and sell those. And then we'll keep our eye on the lettuce. Well, I can kind of see my tire tracks, so the bridge should be right in front of me. Somewhere. Oh, I almost went in the river. Not that it would do anything. That river's not deep enough. I'm actually going to leave the Deutz running overnight. Because that's how we roll. Let me just check the sale page. Alright, nothing there. Sleep until 9:30. That's good enough. Did it turn my engine off automatically? I don't hear it running. Oh no, it's still running. So the wage payment you see when I sleep, that 4,400, that is for the horse helper, taking care of the horses and cleaning them. So yeah, we'll sell the straw bales. Don't think I got more than a trailer load here. See, I think this year, like I said, we're going to plant sorghum, because I've already missed the barley and wheat planting in the fall. But we'll get ourselves some chickens, and I don't know which pond I want to buy. The one for 300,000, the land, that one looks better to me. But the price for the other one's only 40,000. I mean, I hate to buy that pond just because we can go down and look at it once in a while. Because that's a lot of money for that. The oversized bale size is a godsend. I mean, yeah, if you're playing solo player and you're playing on a big map, instead of having to load up hundreds of bales, and you could use Farmer G's bale size mod and reduce it by, multiply it, reduce it by 9, basically, multiply it by 9. That's huge. I tried to keep it to, I also don't want to be just picking up a bale, because then that seems like it's just a bale. So I try to find... That's why I think I only doubled it. I either doubled it or tripled it. I think I doubled it. Double the bale size. So I want to still make it look like I'm going down with bales. So if I was at 9 times the size, I'm already at double. So if I was at 9 times the size, I'd probably have 2 bales on here. You still get the same off the field no matter what. It's just how many bales you have. The straw, I could be bringing that actually to the animal dealer. Where am I going with the straw? Animal dealer. Well, at least we're not going to the farmer's market. That's the only thing about this map as well. It's not that big of a deal. But basically, you just got the farmer's market to sell to, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm avoiding putting down other sell points because that usually has a multiplier to it. Thought there was another entryway here, but I guess not. Well, okay, I was going to the right spot, though. Wait, no, that's where you buy. This is where we sell. Yeah, I think the first time I started using this this mod from Farmer G and the bales, I think was Oceanside Forest. Because, I mean, those fields were huge with the amount of straw we were getting off of them. But once the farm had tons of money in Oceanside Forest, I didn't even bother with a straw anymore. I chopped it to get the extra 2% on the field. Don't like using OP bales. Take too much realism away. I mean, only feeding animals once every 4 to 6 months. Just don't feel right. Well, that actually comes down to the size of the feed trough. Unless you're piling every bales in the trigger area. This is why I drive first person. I cannot even see where the bridge is. Okay, I think I was half on the bridge, half off the bridge on that one. I think in cab I can see the bridge better because I'm not looking through all the fog there. That was nasty. I think I had a peek a little bit when I was checking the straw price. I think I saw the lettuce was showing in a dark green color, which means the price is really, really good for lettuce right now. So I think we might be selling that in January. $11.48. Yes. Very good price. Well, this is probably going to be a couple of trips, I would think, because I have not sold lettuce since August. Only feed them what they need. You don't stack bales on triggers. Well, we're going to be stinking rich here in just a moment. Well, it'll seem like we are. Yeah, I think it's going to be 3 trips in total. Farmer's market is going to have so much lettuce. Alright, first person, I usually see the bridge better. Yep, I can barely see it there. Actually, the way this map is and the way the fog is, it's almost perfect for my playing style, I think. Is we get to see the fog, but we don't really have to do farm work in the fog because it's only when I travel from the farm down to the stores. I know a lot of people complain about Hutin Pentai with the fog there. It just seems to be everywhere all the time. All right, here comes a big boost to our income. And just like that, we're up to 111,000, and we got another trip, and then a third trip. And good news is there's no snow on the ground, so I don't have to deal with driving through that either. Yeah, from even way back here, if you look off in the distance, you can see our red silo. But I don't really see the horse barn, the horse stable yet. And now we can, yep, now I can see it. Yeah, it does sit a lot lower than the silo. Holy crap, where is the bridge? Well, that fog is nasty. So yeah, we are going to have a good amount of cash here getting into springtime. We still got the poppy and sunflower to sell. But there are a lot of things the farm still needs. And planters and drills are among them. Yep, that's all she can hold for now. I could adjust the autoloader to actually, you know, stack it higher if I wanted to, but honestly, 96,000 liters of lettuce per trip is pretty good. These pallets are 2,000 liters apiece. Oh, Bridget, there it is. It's bad when you know it's like right in front of you and you don't see it till the last second. Don't know how much that planter is that I wanted. If you remember last spring, I thought I was going to use the Case IH planter. Came out in the Mod Hub last week, but I've already leased the Valtra Momentum. Maybe this year I'll buy it, but I think it requires 370 horsepower. The Ford is 360. This Deutz is like a 287. Alright, one more trip. Not going to be the amount of money we've been getting because it's not going to be a full trailer, but still going to be pretty darn good. think it'll get us up to near 300 grand in the bank account. So I'm thinking we put sorghum in the field where the corn was. I think poppy will probably go in the same field. And the two smaller fields, one could be corn, and maybe the other one sunflower. So 3 crops can be planted with a planter, and then the poppy will have to be planted with a drill. Yeah, we're still this in January, so this lettuce price is going to be pretty decent all the way to March. Alright. 2 more times I gotta find this bridge for today. Other day he was going to use that cedar planter, then thought, nope, Peanut uses it enough. I'm sick of looking at it. So I bought a base game planter. I mean, I do love that Vultra Momentum drill slash planter, but I'm like you, I want to use something different. And then also, like on the drills though, if you look at the base game, the biggest base game drill is a 9-meter wide. Then if I use modded ones, the most convenient one is the Vultra Momentum. And then after that, you have to get the air carts and the drills, and now you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I don't want to lease something like that for one field because it's not really feasible to do so. Well, I was hoping to hit 300,000, but 294, 135 is pretty darn good. You're a Kinsey girl. I do like that planter as well. The base game one for sure. The modded one is not too bad, although the planting speed is a little bit too fast for my liking. But other than that, I do like it because I used it on Hills of Tuscany. I may even have used it on Western Australia. Alright, YOLO where this bridge is. I can't see nothing. Ah, there we are. That's like the thickest fog I've seen. I'm sure we'll sell some more lettuce here coming up. So we'll park this right up here. How much is that planter? In case you know which one I'm talking about. Case IH planter came out in the Mod Hub last week. Oh, there it is. 310,000 for it. So it's a, oh wow, it's 27 meter wide. Okay, requires 380 horsepower. I would want, I don't know what that does. Oh wait, it's this what I want. Bulk fill and liquid fertilizer tank. So I wanted to do fertilizer as well. That's going to cost me 321. Working speed is 8. But 380 horsepower though. And the Ford is 360. And we already know the Ford does not do well with a momentum planter. Well, I'll cross that bridge when we get there. You have two favorite brands to use. One is the Case IH, but I'm not going to mention the other one for fear of fury of hate incoming. I'm not sure what... well... unless you're talking about John Deere, but that... you're not going to get no fury of hate incoming from me on John Deere. I think the leader of that fear is not here anymore. The Kenzie one by the Colossus guys is a nice mod that plants everything. Yeah, the only thing I didn't like about it, I didn't really look at it too hard in 25, but in FS22, the planting speed was a little bit too fast for my liking. I mean, I could edit that in the XML file myself, or put a cruise control on it so I don't plant as fast. Just have a look here, see if there's anything else I should be selling this month. And no, sunflowers and poppy. We gotta wait until March. Greenhouses should be still good. Yeah, they're still fine. And the horses, yada, 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 they're doing fine. So again, when the horses reach 17,000, that's when we'll sell them. The price of the horses still goes up, but not by a whole lot. So I think at 17,000, that's where we're going to call selling the horses. As for the offspring, not going to worry too much about the offspring on the horses anymore. It's going to be too much work to do that. We'll sleep till 9:30. I mean, I have no problem with John Deere in the game. So, I mean, I don't have any problem with any brands in the game at all. Let's see, sale items. Well, I mean, this is rather interesting, but not what we're doing here. The big M500 power. This is the one with the PTO shaft on the back. Oh no, it's snowing. Lettuce price is still good. 40,000. Maybe I should sell that. The poppy is not quite there. Sunflower price says it's going down at $7.98. So we'll sell the sunflowers now. 52,005 out of 53,000. So that's pretty good. We'll sell the sunflowers. We'll sell the lettuce. So since we're set up for the lettuce, we'll do that first. But I'm trying to figure out if I want to buy that planter or not. I just think our Ford is going to have a problem with it. The Kenzie is 15 or 30 miles an hour, depending on which one you buy. I think I used the 15 mile an hour one on Tuscany. I think if I were to use that particular one, I'd probably drop it down to 11. Now I can understand it. If you got big fields on a big farm, then you might want it that fast. But it seems that's a little bit too fast for my liking. But that's just me. Still a great mod, but it's the working speed. It's only the working speed that gets me. Oh, at least I can see the bridge a little bit better in February. But in this series here, I'll be using the Case IH at some point. Could be this year. Alright, lettuce. Sell the lettuce. Making sure it all sold. It did. Now we're up over 300 grand. Alright, I will swap out this trailer for the grain trailer. Grab the sunflower. Sell that. And then when I sell the poppy, we might be up near $500,000. And thinking about that, $500,000, I might buy some more land and create another field, because that'll allow me to plant more crop to make more money. Maybe this year I'll lease the planter. For the crop. I think that might be the best thing to do. Alright, now I just gotta find the sunflower. Oh, wait, what was that? No, it's canola. Sunflower. Do I have sunflower in here? Oh, I do. Am I gonna have room for sunflower from there? Not a whole lot, but we'll grab it. You have a Kenzie dealer in town. See all the farmers traveling down the road with Kenzie. In the Northeast, where I am, I've never seen any of their equipment. But then again, we don't have a dealer up here, so that's probably why. Didn't empty out the greenhouse, but again, that's just making it just because. You've uninstalled some mods that have that type of working speed because that's just too much. Yeah, we all have our taste of what we want to do on our farms. Again, the great thing about Farming Simulator 25 in the community and the modders, we have so many options that you can pretty much make most people happy for doing what they want to do. What would be a good off-season crop to spread the workload? Well, either way, the way it's going to be, as you see it on here, I mean, if you look at last harvest season, we harvested the oats in July, and then we skipped a couple months. I could have harvested the corn in October, along with the poppy. So, I mean, the crops I'm planting, they're not all ready in the same month. But as for the sunflower and corn, I try to make it the same month because I don't own the header. So I want them to be ready in the same month, so when I lease the header, I only got it for that one day / month. If you play with seasons on, you're going to have all your planting's going to be after the past harvest season. It's not like you're going to plant some fields, harvest some fields, plant other fields. That's only going to happen if you got seasons turned off. So, I mean, it's always going to seem like I'm planting in one bunch and then harvesting in one bunch. The only way to stop doing that is to turn seasons off, and that way you can plant a crop at any time and mix it up. Use oilseed radish to get the subsidy in February and a free fertilization in the spring. From what I remember, you don't get a whole lot of money from the subsidy, but I mean, it is something. But I mean, if you want to get the fertilizer out of it, then it's like a bonus. But the oilseed radish is not. I've done it a couple times, but just every time I do it, it's like, to me, I don't feel like, for my play style, it's worth it. Unless I'm doing a different type of Let's Play, and then, you know, if I'm running like a real small farm, then I would look into it. I kind of forgot, is it by, do you get paid by the field or by how many hectares you plant for the oilseed radish? Oop. I'm in the water. Come on, Deutsch, you can get out of there. I was driving, I was like, oh, I better go in cab. I went in cab and it was facing that way. That's great. Oh, it's by the acre? think it was what, $200 per hectare or acre, whatever they said in the blog. At least that's the way I remember it. All right, so we gotta wait on the poppy. Poppy should be in March. 994. I mean, it's almost there. Maybe I'll skip to late February to make sure we don't miss the time to sell the poppy. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and fill this up with poppy while we're waiting. If I can find it. There it is. Well, there's a John Deere 3650, but that's a little bit not the size of the tractor we need on this farm. It's getting up there, 1001. I suppose I might as well just drive on down. That way I'm there, so when the peak price is all set, we're all set. Yeah, if I had the little farmer's market put down and getting the 20% bonus from that as well, we'd have a lot of money this spring. The subsidy offsets the price of the seed and such for planting the oil seed. Yeah, probably. Actually, you probably profit it off of it. Just by, I mean, the oil seed I don't think takes that much seed to plant. So if planting a field, you're not going to use that much seed. So if you're getting like $200 per hectare, you're definitely making a profit on that alone. And plus, like you said, you're getting the fertilizer too. All right, what's the price here for poppy? 105. I slowed down time because I didn't want to be driving and miss the high price there. $107. Get us some lights. We got snow on the ground now, which I'm not a fan of. 108. Okay, we're only talking about a couple of grand here, which still a couple grand, a couple grand. So I think I'm going to sell it and just start making my trips back and forth. Because we got, what, 3 or 4 trips on the poppy. Money going in, money going out. Because we went past midnight there. Wait, 102 is the price. I think the price is starting to drop, even though it says it's going up. I hate those arrows. I really do. So I think we're almost up to 110. Now it's 102. Now it's 101. But it says the price is going up. I hate those arrows. Another benefit is you have a nice looking field till next year's instead of a bunch of weeds in the field. That's true as well. Oh wow, I can't see a darn thing. Oh, there's the bridge. Yeah, at least 2 more loads. Well, everything is pretty much gone except for the John Deere. What size header is that? No, it's smaller than what we got. And we don't need that either. So we got this trip, and then one more with a poppy, and that is, other than selling more lettuce, that's pretty much everything sold throughout the winter. Probably shouldn't have the high, all the lights on the tractor. It's making the fog worse, I think. So yeah, technically we are into March, but we haven't slept really to the morning hours. Actually, since it's 3:30 in the morning, probably better just to stay up. But I want advance time because the price of poppy is going down. All right, this will get us over 400,000 in the account. Hey, Nate, welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. All right, one more trailer load of poppy. Let's go grab it. And also by getting into March, we have now started year number 5, technically. But it's actually year number 4 for full years. So if you don't use precision farming and plant radish, and when you drill fert the next season, you only have to fert 1 instead of 2. Well, if you're fertilizing while you're planting, wouldn't the oilseed radish be the first stage and planting while you're planting be the second? So like if you use a direct drill with a fertilizer on it, Wouldn't that be, you're cultivating in the oilseed radish for 1, and then the drill would be 2, so technically you're done, right? Yeah, so we're not going to quite get up to a 1/2 mil, but that's still a lot better than I thought we were going to be. I was hoping to have 300,000. Seems like for the past hour, it's all I've been doing is driving on down to the stores. But at least after I sell this load, I can speed up time. And we'll get to daylight hours. You don't need to fert the oilseed because you direct drill, you use fertilizer anyways. I wouldn't use fertilizer when planting the oilseed unless that affects how much fertilizer gets in the ground when you cultivate the oilseed in. Because you're not harvesting the oilseed because you're just cultivating it back into the ground. So I don't know if that affects... So basically what I'm saying is if you plant oilseed without fertilizer, so you just plant it, and it has no stage of fertilizer in the field, if you cultivate it in, is that less fertilizer that goes in the ground when you cultivate it in than if you plant oilseed with a stage of fertilizer in it? Yeah, so well, actually, yeah, because it's been a moment since I did. So if it only gives off one stage of fertilizer, why fertilize? Why, when you're planting the oilseed, why use fertilizer? Because that doesn't really matter. When you cultivate the oilseed radish into the ground, it's going to be one stage of fertilization no matter what. So when planting the oilseed radish, I would save money, not put fertilizer in the ground at all. If we're trying to watch out for the money, that is. So I would just put like seed in the drill, plant the oilseed radish, not fertilize it at all, because who cares? Unless it's necessary that you have to, but I'm guessing just cultivate the radish in and you're going to get that one stage of fertilization no matter what. Well, I think I know what you're saying. So yeah, because since you're not harvesting it, you're not ruining the stages of fertilization you're putting it into. So if you drill... Oh, I don't need any... That's right, I don't need any more poppy here. Yeah, I'm forgetting, because you're not harvesting the oil seeds. You're not eliminating all the stages of fertilization into it. Oh, let me turn off my lights. There we go. 481,440 is what we currently have. We'll wake back up at 8 o'clock. So a short little nap. Dang, the snow is still here. Another MacDon header. What is the price of the lettuce? 39,000. I think I've done enough selling for now. But I do need to fill those up with water. So there's nothing I need to do in March. All the crops I want to plant either got to be planted in April or beyond. So we'll fill the greenhouses. We'll skip the month of March, get to April. And our oak trees should be ready, in theory. I mean, I could sell the lettuce, get us over $500,000 in the bank account, but I'll probably just sell the lettuce in April at some point. I'm just tired of going down to the store right now. That greenhouse is full. So again, basically what you're doing is when you plant the oil seed, you're fertilizing while you plant. So you got one stage in, and then when you go back over it to plant whatever crop you're going to put into, when you cultivate the oil seed into the ground, that's the second stage, but you don't use fertilizer in the drill when planting the crop in for the season. I think I tried oil seed with precision farming. It does add fertilizer, but not a whole lot. Okay, let's top off those greenhouses. I'll check on the horses. Oh yeah, I should double check on the corn dryer. Make sure that's not full. No, it's only about half full. So that production should still be running. But if I gotta check on the horses, I might as well check on the corn dryer to make sure visually it's only showing half full, but we'll make sure the stats page confirms that. Actually, while it's filling up, corn crib, yep, that's fine. Horses, base food, hay, and root crop. Root crop looks like it's low, but they're not going through it hardly at all. And that is full. Yeah, let me just double check on the crop. So, sorghum is one crop. That should be April. Corn, sunflowers I could plant now, actually, but I want to wait because I can't plant corn until next month. And then, of course, poppy I can't plant until June. Yeah, June. Sounds like I'm running on concrete when I'm running on snow. Oh, man. Sam, I haven't fed Sam since, like, November. All right. Actually, before I do, let me just double check. We will check on our oak trees. This is, you know, this should be year number 2. All right, now 17.9, so they're not quite there yet, which they shouldn't be. But I figured we just double check to make sure, because you never know. Is that an oak tree here? Wait, that's 17.9. I think they get up to 21. The ones you plant, I think they get up to 21 meters tall. Snow should be gone. It's April. It better be gone. Sam is still running over to his food bowl. Sale page. Ooh, a Fendt 900. For $142,000. What engine is currently in there? It's already got the large engine in it for 415 horse. Okay. I like that. Let's check on the oak trees. So this should be 25 months. $17.9. I don't think those are the full trees, right? Shouldn't they be up to 21 meters tall? Oh, I'm going to have to test this. The only way to test it should be 21 meters tall, right? Construction. Wait, trees. They're not that expensive. Where's my oak trees? That's an old oak. Is that any difference? No, I think they were full grown. So they were full grown a while ago then. Because weren't they like 17.9 months ago? I can't remember. I got so many numbers in my head now. Weren't they 17.9 like middle of winter? So they didn't take 25 months to grow. All right, well, either way, they're grown. The trees. So, yeah, that Fendt. I'm liking that Fendt. Let me just double check on the horses here. Yeah, they're still fine. Lettuce, how much money we got in lettuce? We got $75,000 in lettuce. I did want a third tractor. The Ford, I don't want to get rid of the Ford, though. And I don't think I will. Boy, 415 horse. Okay, how much if I put on BKTs? Not weights. We don't want weights, but wide tires. 144,000. I mean, I don't like the hours on the tractor, but man, the repair cost is going to be something. All right, so that leaves me 310. If I sell the lettuce, I could buy the planter, but then I won't be able to buy any land. So like I said, maybe lease. Maybe just lease the planter for this year. How much is field number 2? 282,000, although it's 100% silty clay. I don't like that. How does it... Wait, why is it showing me... How can it be 100% silty clay? My guess is, when I did soil sampling, I went over the line. And my guess is I'm getting some silty clay there. Because it shouldn't tell me what the soil is there. If I go over to, like, field number 24, it doesn't show me how much or what kind of soil is there because there's no ground there. I must have went over the boundary line somehow. That's why it knows it's silty clay. If I were to look, though, I can get a rough idea what kind of soil we got there. So if I buy, like, field number 4, we can probably get loam here, sandy loam here, and then loam sand here. If I buy this field, silty clay is going to take up a lot of it, I think. That's 7.29 hectares. It's about the same size. 182,000. All right, we just bought another field. And that also should allow me to be able to mow this little part of the field as well. The meadow grass there. I'm hoping it's going to be good soil. So now we got to create a field here and plant something there at some point, which we will. So now I'm down to 127,000, which is perfectly fine. But now what I want to do... wait, I don't think I got pallet forks on the farm. At the start of the stream, you came here and they were that size. No, I think they were 12. I think they were 12 meter, but I think they've been 17 meter for quite a while, which means I've lost some months on creating some wood. I think I'm getting mixed up with the northern catalpa. I think the northern catalpa trees are 21 meters tall. All right, so I got 127,000. Yeah, the oak trees I think have been 17.9 for... I may have to go back and look at the stream later on this afternoon if I get a chance. But I think they were 17.9 like last November or December. Which means they take less than 2 years to grow. I mean, I got plenty of oak trees now. The sawmill's not going to go through these too fast, I don't think. So what I want to do is we're going to grab some pallet forks. Maybe, should I get a weight? I think I'll put a weight on the back. It's not going to hurt anything. I don't ever really use the... Can I put a weight on the back of that? That's the question. I don't know. Telehandlers, tools. Now, most would say, why not a log grab? No. Definitely not a log grab. I've never been good with a log grab on a telehandler grabbing trees. Pallet forks, on the other hand, yes. So I think there are weights for telehandlers, are there not? Might be thinking of a mod. I think it might be that one right there. Or this one right here. No, that's not what I want. Might be this one right here I'm thinking of. No, that's a 3-point. That's a 3-point. I think it's a mod I might be thinking of. Well, we'll see what this does first. I might be perfectly fine without a weight. I know there's weights for telehandlers, but it may not be in the base game. Here's a dumb question. Where am I going to sell this stuff at? Does a farmer's market take everything? I can't remember. Wood beams. All right, farmer's market seemed to take everything. All right, I do got a chainsaw, right? Of course I do. After I cut it, we should be able to see how much it weighs. I think on Riverbend Springs, as the northern catapulas, I was kind of planting and cutting all the time. It only weighs 8.8 tons. I say that like I can pick it up. But, yeah, it's not that heavy compared to, like, the northern catapult. Wait, spread out the prongs. All right, so 8.8 tons is a little bit too much. So we will just cut it right there, I think. So 8.8 tons, if this doesn't go like I want it to. 8.6. That's a kick in the crotch, isn't it? uh... Am I hitting the telehandler somehow? Come on, get underneath it. Come on, get underneath it. Alright, but if I gotta fiddle with it this much... Yeah, the winch would be better, but I've always used the winch, so I was trying to do something different. But this is kind of going to be a pain in the butt, it looks like. So, we're going to go in here, and yeah, for $21,000, we'll buy this one. And the good thing is, we got this already down here. One thing that kind of sucks is that we saw as I cut it, it was 8.8. And this can do 8.6. So can't quite pull the whole tree if I cut it at its lowest point. So that kind of sucks a little bit, but yeah, I'll be able to drag it in 2 halves. Actually, you know what? Let me get on this side of it. Oh, don't push it back. Why are you getting pushed back for? Stop it. Well, actually, even though it's got 24 hours on it, this Fendt, it's not worn down that much. So the repair cost is not going to be too bad. I don't think the power lines are collidable, so we should just go right through those. But getting on down this section here, so maybe in the future go around the gas station, just cut through the power lines here somewhere, maybe make another road or something. I may need like a telehandler here to get the trees in. But I can't see a darn thing there. Oh wait, you're gonna get stuck on that little bit of a lip there? Don't do that to me. I didn't check to see, but how many liters does this hold? 50,000 liters, so not a whole lot. Oh, this does not make prefab walls. Uh-oh. This does not make prefab walls, and that is a slight issue. Let's see here. Sheds, constructibles. That does not need prefab walls. That does not need prefab. So none of these need prefab walls. I thought... I thought when I built the log cabin on Riverbend, I needed prefab walls, but I think they changed the recipes on those buildings. So I don't need prefab walls, so we should be okay. Again, the goal in the long run is to build some of those farmhouses so we can do a community to deliver mail to. A post office. So I want to get a full tree, oak tree in there. So it holds 50,000 liters, or it can hold 50,000 liters. I'm thinking 2 trees will fill it. Or 1.5 trees. Which means I got a lot of trees there to fill up the sawmill for a while. Look at the bright side, no traffic and a bunch of buildings to get around. Yeah, I mean, that's why when I saw the sawmill here, I was like, you know what? This sawmill will do just fine. I mean, there's one here. Why put down a modded one when I got one here? Although getting around these trees here can be a little bit of a pain. Alright, so 2 trees. 2 trees will not fill it. But I think we got a system here. So I bought pallet forks. It was $2,000. Not that big of a deal. I could use the pallet forks. I'll leave them down at the sawmill. And we can load up all that lumber that it's going to make. So just because, we're going to cut down another one, see how much it weighs. See if it's consistent. Because we are 0.2 tons away from just being able to drag an entire tree down. With Lumberjack, you can cut those trees down. Yeah, I realize that, but I'm trying not to cut any trees that are on the map down. I don't want to... It's kind of a side challenge in a way, just grow your own trees, but if I got to remove them. 8.8. I mean, I know it's not going to connect, but I just got to try. It's not going to, but... Oh, for a minute it showed green around. I'm like, is that going to connect? Nah, of course not. Then it's just a matter of how long before the sawmill goes through these two trees? How about if you actually hook up the tree to it first? Well, I would say so far for this stream today, because we're going to wrap it up here pretty soon, a pretty productive stream. We bought the sawmill. That's where our first 150,000 went today. Bought the sawmill. We did all the harvesting. Got through winter, sold a lot of stuff. We just bought this Fendt 900 on sale. We bought another plot of land. And I still got 103,000. And we're going to have chickens by the end of the year, too. But the way the money situation is, I'm probably going to buy the pond that only costs 40,000, because obviously I don't have enough to buy the other one that costs 300,000, and we'll put the chickens down there. Where's that trigger? See, I thought I was going to make prefab walls because I see 4 spawn areas. And then the wood chip spawn will spawn out there via a trailer. So why do I got 4 spawn areas? This is for wood chips. So we got planks, long planks, and wood beams, but we got 4 spawn areas. Unless... I'm going to guess maybe 2 spawn areas are probably for maybe just planks in general. Oh well. I got 4 spawn areas. We'll find out sooner rather than later. Just trying to help with options. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it would make it a lot easier to get rid of the trees there. But, you know, it's also a little bit of a challenge trying to get them in as well. If it was extremely difficult, like I was fiddling around with a tilting handler trying to lift up the trees and carry it that way. Because I always use this kind of a setup here with a tractor and a winch. So I was trying to do something different. But after... I mean, I didn't try that long, but I could see, yeah, it's going to be a struggle to do it this way, so heck with it. We'll drag them there. Because I don't want to see you, you know, I don't want you guys to sit there and watch me struggle with a tree for 20 minutes. Just trying to get a tree down there when we can just do it this way, I guess. Just ignore the trees going through the power lines. And since I do got the landscaping mod anywhere, I think I'll redo these roads. So when I go around the gas station like that, maybe I'll mix it up a little bit and how these roads go through here. Yeah, if it gets to be a little bit too much trying to get these trees in here. I mean, the view-wise, I can't see too well, but they're going in rather easy. Alright, so sawmill is up and running. I just gotta look back at the stream later on because those oak trees, I think, have been at 17, whatever they are, in height for a while. So we'll just drop this winch off here. As you can see, I got plenty of oak trees for a while. And we got some saplings here. So we just got to see how long it takes for everything to go through the sawmill. The chatting and banter was nice today, as usual. I mean, talking to you guys is always a pleasure. It was rather fun today. We had some good conversations. And as you guys said earlier, we do have a pretty good community here. I am very pleased with how we have grown in the last 6 months since I started streaming. Actually, it's almost getting to be like 9 months now. Time flies. Probably planks long and short, beams and boards. Well, there's planks long and planks and wood beams, but there are no boards. It's only producing 3 things. You got your planks, planks long, and wood beams. So it's only producing the 3. When I saw the 4 spawn points, I thought the 4th one was going to be prefab walls. But no. I'm going to say it's probably 2 spawn points for planks, because usually that produces more. Let me go see how much it is to repair this Fendt 900. I still got the lettuce to sell at some point. And then repair for 4,223. Okay, that isn't bad. Having a 3rd tractor is nice. What the other thing I want to do is, so yeah, I would like to say, I would like this one, but that land's just too expensive for what I want to do. This is all trees, and I don't want to cut trees that are on the map. I want to be able to grow my own and cut them. And to buy it, just to put down chickens and get that view, maybe in the future we'll do something. This pond here, 40,000. And I think we can spice this up a little bit. But I think this one right here, no, that's the wrong button. Let's go ahead and buy this right now. Thank you. There we go. So now, okay, so we don't own the entire pond, so just what's in front of me. Well, we'll be foggy down here, but the chickens are going to go right next to this pond. And the pen enclosure is not that big, at least the one I'm planning on using. So another thing we're going to be doing, and I'm going to do it now. Although I'm not going to plant right now, but I do need to lease this planter. How much would it cost me to lease it? Wheel setup. No, this is going to add money to the leasing fees. I probably should lift the tractor down there. 16,000 to lease it. So next time, because it is April, we got to plant sorghum, corn, sunflower in 3 of the fields. Not only that, I got to create a field here. So April's going to be a busy month. We're going to create a field, and I got to figure out what I want to plant there. Since I got the planter, what else could I plant? I mean, soybean would not be bad, but the problem is you don't put nitrogen in the ground for soybean, and that's going to screw up my precision farming thing. And I don't want to rent a drill until June, but the only thing I can plant in June is poppy. I got time to figure out what I want to plant. I'll figure it out. So, I mean, the farm expanded quite a bit today. Crawfish. Now, we were done crawfish. Crawfish and fish. We just did that. And, yeah, so I'm just not going to do it. Looked up full growth height for oak in FS25 and everything said 17.9. Yeah, it is definitely full. You can tell what the full height is if you want to. That's why I went into construction menu. And if you just go down to trees. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. The trees you buy in here are full grown. So that's why I was comparing it to the ones that we had. I'm like, wait a minute, they are full grown. So yeah, they were full grown like in the wintertime. So they didn't even take 2 years to grow. So that's all fine by me. Oh yeah, we also sold some horses today. And our other horses are getting up there. We're selling them when they hit 17,000, so they're almost there. Actually, they're at reproduction stage. So next month they'll have offspring. Is there... So basically, to give free offspring, I say free offspring, I would need to, if I wanted to get some horses, that holds 11, that holds 9. $16. I got to get a pen that holds 16, so I would need to take those 8 out. Put them in just a temporary stable so they have room to have the offspring. Then once they have the offspring, just sell them and then take the offspring and put them back into this stable. I'm going to look at the mod hub again and see if there's a cheaper stable I can put in just to transfer them over. Because as I found out last time, if they reach the offspring area, if you don't have room for it, it just doesn't happen. It recycles. So I'll have to see about maybe putting down I don't want to say a temporary. The horse stable will have to stay there. It's just I'll have to transfer them over to get the offspring, because it did cost me $800 per horse, because I spent $500 for the new horse, the colt, and it would cost me $300 to transport each one. So you buy 10 horses, that's like $8,000. If I can find a stable that cheap, then it'll be worth it. I don't know. I'm overthinking my head. I'll think about it later on. So a couple of things to think about. But we do have the sawmill going as well. And yeah, we'll be selling this stuff to go the first year or two. And then eventually we got to get the cement production up and going. And then we can start building some houses and then get the post office going to deliver mail. And in the meantime, we'll do some farming stuff. In the meantime. But anyways, that's going to wrap it up for today. Another 5-hour stream today. My streams are getting longer again. Appreciate everyone being here like always for some farming on New Hope. Tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to be streaming as of yet. I got to figure out the rest of my week. I know Friday I won't be here streaming. I got to go to town. I got 2 funerals to attend on Friday. Saturday might be questionable, and Sunday I usually don't stream because I record. Usually I record on Sundays. I actually got to record Shamburgo for tomorrow tonight. So I got to get to that later on. And I definitely got to go ahead and get ATS. I got to get back to ATS this week at some point. Back to farming. Nice. I loaded up my permanent snow mat. And guess what? No more snow. It's only been 6 months or whatever, so you finally got rid of the snow. There's been enough updates. I would hope they would fix that problem. So yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. So yeah, tomorrow morning you should have an episode of Shamburgo. I'll be streaming tomorrow. It could be Animal Shelter 2. It could be Roadcraft. Or it could be this. I think it all depends on my mood sets me in the morning. See how it goes. But I need to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone being here like always. You know where the thumbs up button is. Thumbs down button's there too. And if you're new here, that subscribe and notification bell. If you haven't hit that yet, because you want to miss out on content like this. But I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone again. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.